one. Here we go. I gotcha.
Okay. So which two questions would you all like to?
Questions are, which aspects have changed or stayed the same? Aspects of identity central to who I am? Aspects of identity less important in certain situations? Aspect of my identity that's a label that others have? I nominate the first question, which things have stayed the same and which have changed? Only because as I was writing mine, I realized some of those.
Sure, go ahead.
Start with that.
Yeah.
I'm happy to start. I'm Gretchen, by the way. Hi, from CIE. I was noticing there's some parts of my identity that are like, I live in Colorado, and we're all, not all, but a lot of us are very like outdoorsy here. And there are things that are definitely still part of my identity in that way, like our whole family mountain bikes. But it's funny because it's totally less of a part of my identity than it used to be. Like, I feel like in my 20s, I was like, I'm a mountain biker. And now I'm like, I don't know, sometimes I ride with my kids. It's not the same. Like the importance is not the same. And the like intensity of it in my identity is not the same. But the ones that have stayed the same are really relational ones, you know, being a daughter, being a mother, being a wife, being a friend, being a colleague, like those things. And the way that I try to do those things, even a lot of that is the same. So I'm curious to hear from others.
I don't care to go next. Mine is similar as far as life has gone on. Of course, I've added a few extra roles with mom and trying to be a role model for my daughter and religious aspects. But becoming a superintendent has had to change a lot about my personality, simply because you feel a sense of responsibility for everyone. And it's a greater sense of responsibility, not just about your workers or your staff and your students, but it's the community as a whole that you feel responsible for. Because now everything that you're doing is kind of on show. People see you and see what you're doing and see what you're participating in. And you actually, I think even as you step in as a teacher, you kind of become a celebrity in your little town or whatever. That's even how I tell my new teachers, congratulations, you're now celebrities, because kids never believed you went to the grocery store until now. So I really think it really changes how you make sure you're always modeling and trying to be responsible and always trying to be reliable for everyone else. So I think it's changed a lot of my responsibilities, taking on this position. And you feel like you feel like you need to be an enforcer, but also an influencer at the same time, and a culture builder. So those are my jobs. Those are my key jobs. And then everything else has to fall into that.
I guess I'll go next. I'm Kimber Doyle. I am an ingoing 10th grader at Warren Central High School, and probably a big part of my identity that changed this past year is I'm a student. I also played for the volleyball team, and I'm in JROTC. And so adapting to COVID, not being in the classroom as much, you had really had to adapt this year and get used, because it was my first year in high school, and I didn't really get that normal experience. So I had to learn a lot about high school, but also being in high school with COVID. So.
I'm talking muted, sorry. I really talked about just through life, talking about Gretchen, when you talked about relational a little bit. As it seems my parents get older, I become more of the mother and the, I used to be the child and they were taking care of me, and now they're, my dad has cancer. And so I'm the one that's taking care of them and checking on them. And I feel like I'm the mother and they're the children, you know what I mean, now at this point in life. So just that change in my identity a little bit.
Boy, I identify with that for sure. Yeah. I'm totally parenting my parents as well.
Yeah.
Strange transition.
Yes.
I kind of knew it was coming. It's like, other people told me about this and it's like, yeah, totally. And it did not prepare me for what it actually is like to be in this space with them.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
like when COVID started, I felt like I had teenagers running around. It's like, you all need to stay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, well, we got one done. So,
We did get one done. Good job. It was great to meet you all. I'm glad we were able to connect like this.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Just as a quick reminder that if you were recording, you can stop now because this is
I'm going to also delve into some of the family interviews. As Donnie said, sometimes you find some student insights in there. So I'm going to start in family 17.
Gretchen, remind me which family number you've already looked through.
Sorry, talking on mute. I started in family 17.
17, okay. All right, I'll look at 5, why not?
Sure.
Picking at random here.
Mhm.
So then, since we all have access to the same folder of additional interviews, should we be noting on the Padlet the number that we reviewed in case there's some redundancy, or does that not really matter for the
It doesn't matter because we know that all of them are going to be looked at because the authors will make sure that that happens. So
Okay.
it's okay.
Okay.
And eventually we're going to be, creating a smaller number of family profiles. We'll probably generate, 8 or 9 today, but we'll end up pulling them together into 3 or 4, or however many make sense.
Okay.
Where we have the most.
Okay.
Why don't we all wrap up the note we're on right now and then we can read out to each other. Can we start reading out, you think? Excuse me. Somebody want to start? Share your quote and an important because.
I would love to start if there are no other takers. I'll be the first to say that reading through some of these empathy interviews is very interesting, to say the least, to hear the just unvarnished thoughts of people here in the Commonwealth. So with
Yeah.
that being said, I will say I did choose a good one with my student choice. So the first quote that stood out to me was, and I'll begin reading, I had panic attacks in middle school and the counselor was really helpful because I knew I could go to her and calm down and talk about it. And so to sum up the reason why I found this important, I think it's not only compelling and personal, but also that it highlights the work of guidance counselors. It also hints to the importance of a good, strong school community, and also the importance of a great functioning school environment. And then also, of course, it promotes the idea of building a community in schools. And then the second quote that I chose that stood out to me was, I wish the way classes were set up is different. I wish we had a different schedule with more classes and shorter times. I have 4 classes and each one is like 3 hours. Classes are too long. Sometimes the teachers don't know what to do with that amount of time. Sometimes we just sit there. So I'm assuming that this quote that I chose here is probably only relevant to a small number of schools in Kentucky, because of all the schools that I've visited and all the schools that I have attended myself, a 7-period day is most typical. But I still think it highlights an issue in that this student feels as though, their voice isn't heard. It also provides a suggestion there on how to, and I will get into that because the same student also addresses their voice not being heard in a second. I should add that. But also that this whole idea of sometimes we just sit there highlights a great need for improvement. And I also think that that really gets to the nitty gritty of, best managing a school day when it comes to a balance between downtime and then also, of course, instruction time. And the last quote that stood out to me was, we take surveys all the time. Insert my analysis. I think this is good. They asked how we feel about our teachers and are they working with us? Do we feel like we are learning, and do we have people we can go to? I feel like nothing really changes after the surveys. So of course I said the survey idea stands out to me as beneficial, and that in a way what we're doing right now in this work as members of the coalition, we are of course interpreting survey data. But however, the fact that this individual feels as though nothing really changes after the survey, that seems troublesome to me, and as an issue that needs to be addressed. And I like to think that it's highly likely that is an issue across Kentucky's schools.
Thanks for sharing those. Hey, do you mind if I just break these into parts in case we want to separate them later? You don't know what we're doing later, but I do, and we might want them in different parts. Do you mind if I do that?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Hussein, would you like to share which quotes you pulled?
Sure, I'll go for it.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
I found 3 quotes that mainly stood out for me. The first one was, sometimes I wish I had a choice. I'm in high school and each year we read a classic. I can never relate to these stories. I found this quote important because it showed like high school students don't have a choice in what they do that much. The teachers decide what they do. They don't have freedom of choice. They read stuff they can never really understand or relate to. And for my second and third quotes, they go together, honestly. Most of my teachers won't even say my name right, or give me a nickname. I don't say anything because my dad said never cause trouble. I'm a good person, and can you teach them my name? Those quotes, I mean, sometimes when you view it, like, you don't think it's something major when you're mispronouncing someone's name. You think it's going to be like a small thing. It's not that big of a deal, but it can mean a lot to the other person.
Yeah.
The smallest things can make the biggest changes and have a big effect and impact.
Those are powerful quotes. Thanks for sharing those, Hussein. I'm going to split your Post-it into 2 pieces too, if you don't mind me doing that for you in the Padlet. Is that okay?
Go for it.
All right.
So I will say,
sure.
I have to add there with that quote about the whole, the name pronunciation. I think that's so important. And I just think about how, and I hate to overshare here, but a few years ago, my dad was working as a school administrator, and he started a new job in a new district at a new school. And he set out with a goal to remember everyone's name by Christmas break that year. And he ended up doing it by the grace of the good Lord above, I guess. But I think that really had a positive impact. And I just think that that is so important. I think so many statistics suggest that makes a big difference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So Gretchen, I think one thing that I just wanted to point out, because this was an opportunity to kind of identify other perspectives. Having been a teacher who has administered the standardized test, I thought it was interesting that the student that I reviewed said that when we do K-Prep, the teacher stresses us out. Maybe we wouldn't feel stressed out or inferior to others who do better. And I think that sort of speaks to what is the epicenter of the stress, right? So teachers feel stressed because their administrators are putting stress on them, who feel stressed out from the district, who, you know what I mean? So where how that ripple effect of stress really resonates with people. A lot of students have that sort of, well, I may have had a bad day, right? Or test well, right? But that I truly do understand, I have mastery, but you just aren't assessing it in a reasonable way. And so I think that they put a lot of emphasis, at least the student did, and I have heard from others, that a teacher could really tell you how I'm doing, or my grades are a better reflection of it, right? This sort of cumulative experience, which, you know, when designed well, a summative test really should capture that understanding, but it's that assessment administration style, right? Like you get a week and it's, you know, all condensed and it's very stressful, that people feel like that's not a true reflection of their performance. So I think those two from the same student, I think, go together.
I think one of the quotes that I have goes with your 2 potentially. It's this one right here. It's actually sitting right next to him on the Padlet, so that's handy. But the quote was, one time I remember when my school would offer high-level math classes, they wanted the math class to be focused on standardized testing. And I really wanted math to be about application in the real world. And I asked why we weren't doing more projects and things beyond test prep, but at the time I didn't think I could do a lot to change things. So I just ended up doing the work.
Right.
And that, you know, I said that's important because sometimes we imagine that that testing pressure you're describing only hits like low performing schools or low performing students or what, you know, however, who's struggling. But I think this kid is saying, actually, there's implications, you know, in my high level classroom about the pressure and the direction of this testing system too.
Oh yeah. And it's tricky to sort of disentangle that because, you know, just from my own perspective as a parent, you know, we were in a very high performing school district and they wanted to maintain that status. And the principal, I think with the best of intentions, pulled those high achieving kids and said, you have the power to pull any of our novice scores if you get distinguished. You know what I mean? Like it was very confusing to my then 3rd grader, like, wait, because it was sort of like explaining the accountability formula, like you're distinguished, it counteracts this novice for us. And probably not the best going into that, but a lot of pressure on them too, right? Like we know you'll do well and you better.
Right.
We need those points.
So there is maybe a broader theme here connecting some of these things too. If I think about Hussein, if I think about some of the quotes that you shared, where it's like, in that case, it's like the kid isn't feeling like very known, I think, by school. And some of these ones that we were just talking about, it's like they are feeling like there is a thing most important. That thing is test scores. That also is not them. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I guess it's like the theme of what's absent here is students expressing a feeling that who they are is really important, and being known by teachers in their school is really important. That seems to be absent in, I think, the collection of the comments. I think really probably from Meredith, the ones you pulled and I pulled, and Hussein that you pulled.
Well, and I think that idea of being labeled in a way that a student maybe doesn't really desired label, right? So we know that, novice, proficient, distinguished, all of those labels are not ideal. But then being, not having your name appropriately used, and some of these identity things I think are built up in this. And I think that with the testing side of things, this moment defines me, right? So how I perform, it's sort of like the whole year is a wash, right? So like how I do on these tests is really going to define the teacher's perception of my academic skill, or the school's perception of that, right? Like, it doesn't matter that I've been here every day doing the work and making good grades. It's like, this moment matters too much. I don't know. All of these types of conversations, they feel close. I even though it's been a while since I've been in the classroom, I've observed those moments in my students. I can tell that they just feel it's too much pressure. And we had in Texas, when I taught there, it was truly high stakes. So they had a required retention policy for third grade students who did not pass the reading assessment. And I taught third grade. And we all suffered through that policy, because I got an ulcer from the stress of it, and they were all stressed out about it. And they were 9, so that was a lot of stress for 9-year-olds. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure that there was a positive in that. They all passed, so there we go. They all moved on to 4th grade. But I mean, that has informed a big part of how I've progressed. I mean, that was 15 years ago, and it feels like yesterday, the stress of that round of testing. So it feels very fresh.
Yeah. So I'm just grouping this group here, and he's saying, if I know you're like by phone, so it's a little hard, or your camera up at least. I don't, and I'm not screen sharing, but I'm moving these around to try and group those together. And the label I put on it, I pulled the identity label from the side, because I think a lot of these things connect to that idea of identity. But I wrote a more specific thing of unhelpful labels, and just said, these quotes illustrate a gap between students' view of themselves and what they think is important to learn, and what the school is asking, requiring, doing. So, from I don't want to just read the classics, to I'd like to be called by my name, to I'm in this advanced math class and I think I should be learning these kinds of things, but I'm being told I have to do this for the test, to the stress of this because you're telling me I should be doing this testing and that should be really important to me. Those seem to kind of go together into that theme to me. Does that feel like it's the theme to the rest of us?
It does to me. And I'll add that I think one issue that I've seen just witness that I've witnessed, I guess I should say, is that this idea of these labels, be it, on the basis of test score or even last name in smaller communities, it really sticks. And I think that it adds a weight to students' shoulders that they carry with them throughout the duration of their academic careers. And so I think that, well, and here lately I've seen and I've heard and read several discussions on things like the gifted and talented program and how the exclusion from that can be really detrimental to young people who are giving their all and giving their best. And so, yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to add.
Mhm.
I think it's about the many facets of a student and kind of not being sort of relegated to this our simplest form. Just like, you know, as adults, we want that too. And even when we had that map, I mean, in your slide, you had 1 million bubbles, right? Not 1 million, might be an exaggeration, more than 2 bubbles, because we're saying that we have a lot of components to ourselves. And so I think for students, it's challenging for them to feel like they have certain opportunities where teachers are saying, you know, oh, or school, whatever, we want to, I don't want to put it on teachers, but be unique, be yourself, draw a butterfly, that's like you, you know, here's a snowflake, you know, so many, but then we also are saying, but on this day you have to take this test and then I'm going to give you a score and that's going to be your label, right? Like we're confusing them because we're sort of saying, be your unique you, but I still have to label you at certain points because I'm required to do so, or it is the easiest way for me to engage with data if I can give you a clear label.
Right.
Like to put you in this sort of map or do this thing. So I think that is really what that is getting at, right? That a one size fits all, which we keep saying, right? That's why we have RTI. That's why we have all these things. One size fits all does not work. And yet we still force it to be that way in certain settings. Do you like how I said I was going to listen and here I am talking the whole time?
You are. It just occurred to me listening to you that this other comment, Wallace, are you Wallace or Caleb? It says Wallace on your thing, but then I noticed Meredith called you Caleb. Are you Caleb or Wallace?
Well, I usually go by Caleb, but Wallace.
Okay. I'll go by Caleb. I wanted to know. I didn't want to, you know, do something wrong with your name. The one that you had added, Caleb, about surveys, like we take these surveys, but they don't do anything. There is something here too about just being responsive to students that I think connects that one to some of the other ones that we shared too, right? Like you don't say my name accurately. You don't listen to me when I say I want to be doing some other math, right? There is also like school is not responsive.
Yeah, agreed. And again, I mean, it's so hard for me to take this out of that context. So one of the identities that I am identified with is sort of self as teacher, you know, like I feel like even though my professional role has changed over the years, I still really, that is an identity that I really value. And I know I did that, right? Where I, for whatever reason, had to label, had to do the data analysis in this sort of way, you know, to sort of function in the system that we had. And so it is not, we have well-intentioned teachers who I think would want to respond to and want to be able to modify, but I think that's part of what we're trying to get at is sort of what are these, what is built into the system that we want to kind of push out a bit so that we are able to honor students in a more effective way.
Hussein, is there anything you want to add based on the quotes that you added or things we've heard? We can also go into like the listening tour data has some pretty interesting student quotes too. That I'll put that link in the chat again here in case you all want to go in there. But there's
one idea that comes to mind here after our very wonderful discussion is this idea that, you know, as Meredith said, it's like the stress is sort of stacked and it sort of moves its way down the chain, right? So you have, you know, statewide standards, you have more local standards at the district level, you have, you know, school administrators, teachers, students, and so on. I think a lot of the times, and as someone who has, as a student who has just recently done work with the Department of Education, I think a lot of the times the Department of Education is sort of used as almost a pawn. And so it's like this, the responsibility is pushed from the district to the Department of Education. And so teachers and students both are almost taught to feel like the Department of Education is working against their best interest. However, I've seen from a very firsthand personal view that is not the case. And so I think that, when we look at this as a statewide initiative, improving that communication, which I know Tony is constantly working to do, I think that's really important to keep in mind.
Mm-hmm. There is a whole section on communication in the listening to our notes, because that just always comes up, that theme emerged from the discussions. It wasn't like there was a communications thing. It was like that happened, and it does happen because it's hard, I think.
Well, I think that there's a feeling of someone has to be responsible for all of this stress or expectations or what have you, that there has to be someone who is sort of imposing these things. And so I think acknowledging the different levers, right? That's part of what we're trying to do too. And sort of where is there an opportunity to have some flexibility and some opportunities to change what was, change what is, and sort of think through that is helpful. But I agree, Caleb, there is a sort of passing the blame, right? Like the teachers can say, hey, I'm sorry that you're stressed out, kids. My principal did this, my district, my superintendent did this, right? And so we want to kind of have someone else be the reason that this is being inflicted on us. But, I think ultimately we could zoom out and it's really society. I don't know. We can just, these expectations that we have some way to sort of quantify everything, right? Like we want to be able to measure everything and say what is and isn't working. And that is hard to do in a meaningful way. So,
yeah.
Honestly, I think that the schools do have like a general idea of the issue that's going on, but they don't have a solid solution for it because they need to do their things, what they're given. They have to teach the math, they have to teach English and all the other subjects, but they don't have a solution for the students, something that pleases the district and the students themselves.
You're saying, can I try and say back to you what I think you're saying? Because I want to label it on this non-responsive note that we've made, which is that I think what you're saying is lots of teachers and folks in schools want to be more responsive to these things that students raise or families raise, but they don't either know how to do that or feel like they have the permission or flexibility to do that because they're being told to do all these other things. Am I getting what you're saying, Hussein?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that goes back to Caleb's comment about communication, because I frequently field phone calls and emails from people saying, you told us we have to do X, Y, or Z, and that's making us have to deal with these issues. And then I will have to say, that is not a mandate. That is not a requirement. I'm not sure where that information came from, but you are not required to do these things. And so we sort of perpetuate some of these situations that are really not ideal because there's some lacking clarity on what is or isn't required to be done. So sometimes we create problems and carry them forward and are burdened by them when we really didn't need to be. So communication, I think, is important in all things.
I do think the other part of your note, Hussein, is important too, which is that I think some of these things schools don't know how to respond to. There's like a permission and a bandwidth and time issue. And then also sometimes it's like, I don't know how to do that. I mean, some of these things that we've mentioned, they ought to know how to do, like learn a person's name. That's a thing that everyone should be able to do. That's not what I'm talking about, but more like, some of these examples of, even like the high level math class, I mean, obviously they're feeling pressure about those test scores there, but it might also be this teacher's really only been prepared to teach that kind of math class. You know, they might have some learning they need to do to teach the kind of applied mathematics that really that student was looking for. Because we've told all the teachers that they should be ready for high level test scores, you know, so I think some of these, that applies.
Well, and I think bandwidth, as you said, you know, I don't, that's important, an important consideration, because I think access to, for example, professional learning, when I was at the Kentucky Center for Math, we would say, don't do test prep, do, you know, high quality instruction and opportunities for students to engage with high level thinking, and they will be ready for the test. But that is a challenging sort of leap for teachers to make when test prep seems like the clearest path, right? Like if I prep them, then they'll do better. So that, you know, having the opportunity to engage in that professional learning and the time and energy to do so, and the support.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're gonna have to leave in 13 seconds. I do feel like we have a couple of kind of good clusters here. We also have some outlier comments we don't quite know what to do with yet, but we'll work on that a little bit more next.
All right.
Couple to put in there. I'm going to try to pop one in here. I don't know if that shows up or not. So we're to try to put as many notes in here as possible. Is that correct from our interviews?
I think so. I just got
I can't see the Padlet. I saw it earlier. I'm on my phone now, so it won't. Can you share the link to us again?
yes.
I can pull it up live. Thank you.
See if this works for you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody.
Hello,
How are y'all?
doing okay?
Okay. Hi, Heather. Nice to meet
Hi,
you.
how are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks. Do you have any questions? Anything I can help you with?
I think we were just reviewing our interview real quick and then looking at the Padlet to compare and see where to go from there.
Great. Okay. That's exactly where you need to be. I'm just popping around, checking on people, make sure that either the instructions or the tools are accessible enough. All right. Let me just pop in the main room or send a note if you run into anything.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you. So I know that you guys all had family. Was there something that stood out from your interview that you think is important to discuss or add?
I hope I'm doing this right. Can you see on the Padlet where I put like important because? Is that what I'm supposed to be doing?
Yeah, I think so, but are we supposed to add our own as well to that?
Or on what?
Like from our interview, something that we took that was important that our person said?
Oh
Yes.
yeah, that's what I added. Those are the things
Yeah,
that
right.
Okay. I'm just making sure
Yeah.
I'm doing it right. Okay.
Well, it's like I said, I'm on my phone, so I'm just seeing bits and pieces of it. So I wanted to make sure.
I got you. I understand.
Yeah, it's hard because this is the pad's getting bigger as we add stuff to it.
Yeah.
So mine was a positive experience, but I'm seeing upset dad, complain. So I guess the other ones were not positive. This goes to
Yeah. I mean, mine was very positive. I even asked her the one question about, the one that said, is there something you would have done different or, you thought should have been done different with your school district? She said, I have nothing I can add to that.
Yeah, a couple of mine. I had one positive there and a couple negatives, and I did copy a big one out of the other list that they showed us. Ones I did have one positive thing from a mom about talking to their teacher and learning about her son's work ethic.
Yeah, and I talked to one who's the principal is extremely involved with her daughter and even invited her to be on the interview committee when she was hiring new staff.
Wow. And what are we supposed to organize these around?
It says
Each of these?
commonalities, like look for
Okay.
connections and then label each group of quotes and notes. Are we supposed to label them as community identity? Are we supposed to do that?
I think so, but then as we go on, the way I understood was just double check them and make sure that's actually where they belong. Or as they go on, there may be other ways to group them that match better to their needs.
Oh, what kind of, okay, this goes to the kind of question, like I asked a comparability question.
Right. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Oh, you got some arrows going there. Wow.
I just pushed the little dots. I just learned it today, to be honest. I just pushed those little dots on the
Impressive.
note
Awesome.
and it says connect. And I was like, let's try it.
So where were the little dots you
You see,
pushed?
like on your post-it note, the
I
three
see it.
dots,
Okay.
and then it says connect to a post.
Oh yeah. Got it. Wow. Nice. Thank you.
I guess, are we supposed to be doing round 2? Or are we still on round 1?
I
That
got the impression that was later, but I'm not
Okay.
positive.
Because I was gonna say, I don't know where the listening tour quotes are. I'll patiently wait.
Yeah, that must be round 2. I'm not sure where my upset dad should go to in this list.
Where was it at when which question did you ask that made him say that? Or yeah.
Well, let me think back here. Let me see if I can find it here.
I posted one and can't even find it anywhere on here. So I don't know if it's on here or not.
Oh, I don't see it.
Well, guys, I hate to run, but I get the privilege of participating in a parent kids soccer game here at 6 because my husband signed up and then ended up being out of town for judicial college. So that means mom's going to be in bad shape here in a few minutes. So,
Don't get hurt.
apologize, but maybe wish me luck and like good vibes and oxygen because it's going to be bad times. But anyway,
Good luck.
thank you. It was good meeting you guys.
You too.
You too.
All right. Bye-bye.
Let's see. So look for connections. So we got the connections on there. It seems like, except for a couple. There's the one for mine.
That in the community. Is that?
Label each group of quotes.
Is that could it be under community? Could we put it under community? The upside dad one.
Are you talking about the labels? Because we just use the green labels there. Where were you reading about the community?
No, I was wondering about this upside dad in the community. Which one does it
Oh.
apply to?
Yeah, I don't recall the question on that. Well, we could leave that one off or just leave it there for the moment, I guess.
Okay. So where are you located?
I'm in Boone County, up in the very northern part of the state.
Okay.
How about yourself?
I'm in Louisville now. I mean, I've
Okay.
been here since '97. I say that now. I grew up in Russellville, Kentucky, though.
Oh, okay. Actually, I was born in Louisville. Moved with mom and dad when I was 4 from Louisville to Danville. That's where I
Oh,
grew up.
cool. Well, nice meeting you.
Yeah, you too. Oh, it looks like we're going to get closed out here in a second.
Guess we'll be back. Did you say something?
Oh, yep. Hi, Stacy. Let's see. So are we supposed to do the same thing now, except for using the Kentucky listening tour? Did I understand that correctly?
Sure. Yes. Yes.
Let's see. So do we we create a new pad here or just use the same thing?
I'm thinking we use, I think it's we need to look at the themes that we have and see if there's any quotes that add depth.
Okay,
to our themes. Am I reading that right?
where are you reading that?
It says round 2 instructions, open the listening tour quotes.
Oh, yep. Mm-hmm.
Learn any quotes that you think align with that.
Okay, yeah. I'm with you. So anything that might be about what identity, improvement, comparability,
And evolution.
evolution. Okay.
I guess the theme communication between parents, schools, and students.
Which one are you looking at?
Where mine talks about teachers were proactive in communicating with her, trying to push her daughter more. So that would be underneath the theme of communication with parents, between parents, school, and students.
Yeah, where are you getting that communication part at? Am I missing something?
Oh, I went to the listening tour quotes by theme.
Oh, okay.
Do you have
Gotcha.
that? Do you have that link?
No. I do. I'm looking at the one for diversity and equity right now.
Oh, okay. I skimmed through that one and was like, oh, I don't see anything that we had that kind of went with that.
I just saw one and I thought I've got it down here at the bottom.
Oh, you've already added it. Okay, cool. Well, I'll go ahead and add this. Let me see, what did you add?
Yeah, it's about households aren't all the same.
Okay, I got it. Okay.
Right there.
Okay. So
So which one of those are you looking at now? And I'll look at a different one, I guess.
I was looking at well, the theme caught my eye, and I'm just reading the quotes. I felt like the one that I had just went underneath that theme,
Okay.
but I got to find a quote that goes with it. So that's where I'm struggling.
Which theme are you looking at in the listening tour?
Communication between parents,
Gotcha.
and students.
I'm going to go down to student engagement, peek in there and see what's there.
Okay.
A lot of good stuff in here.
It is.
Are you still going?
Yeah, I think I've read them all.
All of the themes?
Yes.
Wow, good for you. There's a lot there.
Yes, it is. When I say, I should say skim and not read.
Yeah, some good stuff. Stacy, what do you do?
I'm a principal in at an alternative school. I
Very
have
good.
overage unaccredited students.
Okay.
And you?
I'm a superintendent up in Northern Kentucky, in Boone
Wow.
County.
Wow. Kudos to you.
Oh, well, thank you. This is interesting. I'm just now into year 2.
Okay.
Well, not officially, I guess, until July 1. Year 1 has been a whirlwind.
I bet it has a big learning curve.
Yeah, I've worked in the district here for a while. I was a principal for 14 years at one of our high schools here. So I know the people, I know the system. But it is a very different job. And just during a pandemic, oh my goodness.
Oh yes, most definitely.
I felt like a lightning rod many times. Just challenging. But I mean, it's been challenging for everybody.
Yeah, we started a new, I guess you could say a mindset during the pandemic. And so we became a big picture school. And so at first I was like, I'm crazy for moving forward with this during this pandemic, but it really gave us time to work out some kinks before we got the students back in the building. So
Good. Well, I've not seen a clock or anything on how much time they still want us to.
oh, we've got like 7 minutes left.
Do we? Okay.
I don't
We
really
have-
see what else, like, okay, so we've done that. We put in quotes.
Just looking to see what categories don't have anything. I was looking for the timing. Doesn't look like we have a connection to timing or consequences, or a couple others there too. I'll look into that constructive feedback.
Add notes about compelling needs of this person. I don't see what we're missing, but I could be missing something.
Yeah, looks like we've. Did you get into meeting 1 discussion? Let's see. Yeah, that's what we were in. Just the listening tour. Yeah, I didn't get much I didn't get into the other one, the meeting one discussion.
No, I did
You got-
not either.
And then any notes about compelling needs. Let's see. I thought I saw you had done that, haven't you?
No, because I just was like, I'm supposed to just give my opinion on the compelling needs of the person.
That's what I would guess here.
Um,
Let's see, bonus points, add notes about compelling needs of this person.
so I guess the one,
I think that would be our opinion.
we still have upset dad over here. Like we just left him over here in the corner.
It really didn't really get into anything about education. So, well, I should say instruction. Put it that way.
That was more of a feeling than anything, an opinion. Yeah. Okay. So let me go back. Oh, you did it. You put compelling needs in there. Was that you?
Yeah, I'm typing on the one there for
Okay.
compelling
Cool.
under identity.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's one that I had pulled out. And I was just going to put on there, their needs are, they want a connection to, they want to see a reflection of family values in the school system. I think is what they're saying.
Yeah, I could do that with this one with the mother. We have 1 minute.
Okay. Well, this has been interesting.
It has been. Oh, it made me stop typing. Okay. Guess I got too long-winded.
All right. Whew. Are people feeling the
Hi, Abby.
Hello. So now we go back and I write to the Padlet.
Yeah, it looks like, right. So, oh, why am I like in?
So really, I'm thinking, should we leave these, or do we add a new one? I'm almost thinking after I read over some of the ones that they gave us from the listening tour,
Mm-hmm.
mine is really about, well, it's about identity, but it's also about communication.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We'll see one on here on communication. On the learner center system.
Let's see.
So. Let me just edit this and put identity and communication. Oh, what did I do? Did you label yours as identity too?
I did. I felt like that's what it, I felt like that's what, hold on, now I feel like I'm in so many windows. Okay. But now knowing or reading, I guess, right? Because it did say on there you could make your own label. Because it had to do with feedback. And never thinking that they could actually
give feedback to the school, which
Yeah.
I didn't ask that question because, well, mine actually gave kind of feedback to the teacher, but did you answer the question like how many times, like when have you given feedback to your school about something? I think that would be really probably rare unless there was I mean, even like the one you talked about the dress code thing.
Yeah.
That was feedback. I mean, that was feedback, but I feel like.
Let me figure out, where did I put that? So under, oh yeah, I did that under like an evolution type question, which was, I asked, can you tell me about the last time that you gave feedback to your school or to the district and something got better? And so I guess more of what this quote was too, I just thought that was kind of like the boom, was, so she said, I haven't given feedback, never thought to reach out and to speak up. But then she did say, I did ask the principal if my daughter could be held back in first grade. And he had a lot of reasons why it shouldn't be done. But there was a teacher on our side. She felt that it would be really good for her, and it was. So, so it's like she did have somebody listening to her. But it was interesting to me too, because she didn't see that as like, I don't know, I guess if I'm trying to tease out the difference between feedback and voice, or is there a difference between giving feedback and having a voice?
I don't know if there would be I mean, if you're giving feedback on something, well, I guess you could give, well, is it, I'm trying to think of positive feedback you're giving. Thank you for whatever, this was a great thing, but that's still a voice that you're sharing your voice, even if it's for something or I'm not liking something.
You feel that you feel that you are in a space where at least you can say something, whether it's going to come across negative or if it's going to come across positive. And maybe our families who never say anything at all don't feel like they have a voice. That's why they don't say anything negative or positive.
That may be true. They may feel like they haven't had a voice, or
I mean, I know that for me and for, if I had an issue, I mean, I would, but a lot of things, I think that probably parents think, oh, suck it up. It's all right. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
it'll be okay. And it will, I think as administrators too, a lot of times that, I don't know. I'm wondering how many things do we change because of parents' voices? Because a lot of times it's like they want to vent,
Right.
but we already know that what the answer is going to be prior to them calling. So I'm wondering if they think that too.
Right. Oh gosh, hold on, Abby. I'll be right back. One sec.
Hey, can you give me another, can you form me some?
All right. Well, gosh, now I don't even know if I'm oh boy.
I think it is. I think mine has to do with identity and communication, and really yours does too, as far as, I mean, I think there's probably, I'm wondering if this is why I didn't ask that question though, because when I asked that question, it almost sounds like that you give to your school. It almost sounded like it was like something big needs to change that would have more people than just my kid.
Sure.
So I don't mind giving feedback when I feel like it's personal, maybe. It's a personal thing with my kid. But when it's like, okay, this is big general feedback, maybe I'm just trying to think when I was a principal, and that's been like 14 years ago, but I like how we did dismissals in the afternoon, and we changed it and we gave dismissals in the afternoon. And of course I was like, okay, well, that was a change for everybody. And I had one parent come in and he was like, okay, he had like done this diagram, and he was like, I really think we need to dismiss like this because I think it would be more efficient. So he felt very comfortable, but that's the only parent that I heard from out of 600 kids in the school, but it couldn't happen because he just didn't realize that, well, yeah, but preschool uses this and they come in about 10 minutes earlier, so you never really see them and things like that. So I think my mind went to, I'm not going to ask that question because really who's going to come in and who's really going to give feedback on school as a whole or something that's going on that's, I don't know. I just really didn't have, I can't remember anybody giving that.
I get it. Well, I think about all the feedback I've ever been given, right? It might be veiled in well, other parents are probably concerned about this too, but it really is just, you found it? Oh, good. No problem. But it really is like, hey, I'm concerned about XYZ for my scholar, but, and then they might tag on like, and for other scholars too. I definitely could see that.
And I think a lot of parents just pretty much, you've got my kid, I trust you.
Yeah.
I mean, really, they're like, okay, I trust that. I trust the teacher. I mean, they like, I think they just, a majority of parents, a lot of times just trust that you're going to do this right. And you had to do that for a reason. And there it is.
True.
I'm like that just because I mean, I feel like I'm so busy in my work.
Right.
Come home when you hear something, I'm like, I mean, it just is like, well, I mean, they're your teacher. They know best, da, da, da.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Right. I don't know if that's because we're educators that we are able to, I don't know. I just know how busy we are. And I know that no teacher has time to, make up a story or try to do something extra I've never ever thought that, but I do know sometimes parents think like that someone might be picking on their child by, calling and informing them of something. And I'm like, we just don't have time for that. Like
That's true. I mean, literally, and this sounds terrible, if you open up if you open up the floodgates of, we'll accept all your feedback. Okay, like at some point we got to do our job too. And I can only imagine, I mean, you could be answering calls all day over.
Right.
I mean, that would be your job.
Great.
It's to manage feedback. But
yeah, I totally agree. All right. I feel like, so we should be looking through, we should be looking through these notes to see which ones maybe correlate with, so maybe I don't need that anymore. And this just becomes.
Well, that's why I put communication there, because that was one of them I mean, ours kind of go to identity and communication because.
I agree.
Yeah.
So maybe, if we look, maybe the listening tour, there's the theme communications between parents, school, and students. So now we're looking for quotes that are going to match that.
Are we supposed to copy and paste some of those quotes over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just have to work.
Let me get up to it.
Yeah, that's true. This is, I mean, I'm sure these are all like really good, to be honest.
Oh my gosh. This one says if the relationship between families and schools was more successful, there would be as many questions posted on social media about what's happening in school.
Wow.
I don't know what that means.
If there were as many.
I can't imagine putting out I'm just trying to think, like, if you had a change in school and you wanted feedback, putting that question out on social media and letting feedback come in.
Yeah.
That would be scary.
Yeah.
Some of the things you would get. I'm just like, oh my gosh. It could almost open a can of worms that.
And I think that's so hard too, because it's this fine line, right, between wanting to make sure you want parents to feel heard, and you want them to feel heard. And sometimes making them feel heard and a part of the solution isn't always the same, right? Because if I just said to my parent today, who was like, I don't think our scholars should have to wear uniforms in the summer. And if I was like, okay, fine, she doesn't, right? Like, she doesn't. Like, I'm making that decision based on one parent and their thoughts and ideas. But I have to look at it from, it isn't just about this one family. It's about, everyone else who wears uniforms.
So what do you think you would get if you put that on that question? Do you think scholars should have to wear uniforms in the summer if you sent that out to your families?
I would probably I would bet a lot of them would not want to wear uniforms, because I think there is this whole separation between summer and school time is what I gather.
Let them
the majority do it. I mean, I only had 4. Oh gosh, hold on. Someone's back at the door. I'll be right back. Woo! Get my steps in today, Abby.
Yes. What are you doing, Joe? Did you get the pink out? It won't come out. You're gonna go where? What fair? Sure, he went outside. Surely he'll let you. I didn't even know that people had fairs anymore. Why do you think he wouldn't let you? You're off. Do what? So it's summer.
Sorry, Abby, I gotta figure out a bus transportation issue. 1 second.
No, you go ahead.
Hi there.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Jennifer, where are you from?
I am, well, right now I'm in Lexington. I've been in Lexington for a year, but before that I lived in Chicago for 15 years. So just, I guess, I mean, I still feel like a newbie, you know?
What do you do in Lexington?
I am the director at Rise STEM Academy for Girls. So the principal, it's a new school that we just opened up this year. And our whole goal and mission is to make sure that we can break the STEM industry wide open for our scholars so they have an opportunity that they haven't been given before, as it's been dominated by white males. So we're here to change that. Yes, yes.
That is amazing.
I'm so sorry. And I'm actually at school and my door just rang. I'll be right back. Is it Marshall?
You're fine. Marshall, yep.
Okay, Marshall, I'll be right back. All right, Marshall, I'm back. Now, where are you from?
Hold
Okay.
on.
Okay.
I'm from Marshall County. My name's Abby Griffey. Sorry. I know I've got Marshall on there.
Got it. All right.
Yeah. So I'm instructional supervisor for Marshall County Schools.
Nice.
I'm down in the Western Kentucky part.
Thank you for giving me that, because you knew I was going to just ask you. I need some help with that.
I'm in the little bitty tiny part of the state.
That's great. All right. So
We're 9, right?
We're group 9. Yes.
Okay. So I've got my Padlet open. So I'm going to do my quote and then I'll do my important because.
Yes. Let me find mine.
You can't talk. You're not muted.
I forgot. How are we supposed to put our quote in here?
Okay. Are you on the Padlet?
I am. Yes.
Click that. There's a little circle with, I think, a plus sign in it somewhere on the Padlet down it was in the bottom right of mine.
Oh, I see that. Okay. Sorry. I've got
Yeah.
I've got dual screens going on right now. So
yeah. Just click that and I just put quote and then I'll put my interesting because.
Oh, good. Okay. Okay, so here's my quote. I'll do that first. see, I think. Oh, why? That's weird. Like, oh, okay. I see your quote. I don't even know where mine went anymore.
Mine went a crazy place. I think we can move them though, once we get them typed in.
Yeah, yours, I see yours in the bottom. All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do mine and tell me if you see it. Okay, there's my quote. And for the important because, is that? Oh my gosh, where is it going?
Okay. I see yours.
Oh, you do?
I see it. It's right underneath the pink.
Okay, it's weird because I can't see it anymore, but if you can see it, then that's good.
I have never given feedback, never thought to reach out and speak up. I see it twice on
Okay.
there, actually.
Okay, good. Now it's on there. Good.
Okay,
Oh, gosh, sorry. I'll be right back.
you're fine.
Okay. Um, Okay, so, all right, so now the create an important because note. Ow.
Yes.
And that I need to say why it's important because?
Why you think it's important, that statement was important because why you thought that was important. I think it's what you think.
Okay, okay, so let me. Good. Whew, all right, I see my important because, I see your important because. I feel
Okay,
like
so I don't know why mine. Okay, I can't find yours. Let me find it.
Well,
Let's see.
it might have,
Update. Okay, sorry, I found it.
yep, it's right. Oh, boy, okay. I'll be right back, Abby. You know I will be.
You go.
now.
So I think we both read ours now, and then we put a theme to them.
Okay. Okay.
So basically, you can see mine. Mine was about a parent whose daughter was having behavior problems, that she was in kindergarten, and evidently the behavior problems were at school and at home, but they took her to a counselor. I know this particular family, they fostered this child and then eventually adopted her. So, but they had suggestions from the counselors that gave the parents, and so they gave that parents said something they could do at school to help her. So they contacted the teacher, and the teacher was willing to use those suggestions in the classroom and then keep them in the loop on how she was doing behavior after those suggestions were used. So I think that was important, because the parent, oh wait, I think I typed on yours.
Oh, you did. I mean, I don't see it.
Yeah, I did right here, because I was like, thought that was mine. Let me copy and paste that over here. Copy, it goes up here and then I'll
Oh,
delete.
I hear what you're saying. Sure.
Yeah, I was like, what in the world? Okay. But I think that it was important because the parent felt very comfortable with sharing suggestions and safe to share those suggestions. And I think it's important because the teacher obviously, made that parent feel like they could do that. And so that would be a big deal, because that's a personal issue with a child, and they obviously felt very comfortable. I think that's why it was important. Okay.
Yeah. No, I think I feel the same way. Oh gosh, now I feel like mine disappeared.
I'm moving yours, sorry, because I'm moving it up by your
Oh, no,
quote.
that's fine. That's fine. That's good.
Okay, there you go.
I just refreshed. I was like, I don't know where it went. All right. So my quote was, I haven't given feedback, never thought to reach out and to speak up. And this was in regards to, I asked a question about, when have you ever reached out to your daughter's school? And I just think that's important because, if our role is to not only educate the scholar, but to make sure that we're including the community, then we have to be asking for feedback from everyone. Oh, 1 second, Abby, do you need me, Craig? Sorry, Abby, I'll be right back. I'm doing 3 things right now at once, so.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good.
Okay, give me a few mementos. All right, so, yeah, I just thought it was really important because, yeah, it's okay.
I'm gonna go help with.
Okay. Oh, boy. I just felt like it was important because, yeah, we have to be inclusive, right? Like we just can't, and I think about that too in my role, as the principal, right? Like I had a parent today who didn't like the fact that her daughter needs to wear a uniform during our summer program. And, I explained to her that we do this to drop down barriers. We do this so there are scholars that don't have to come with their new shiny shirts because maybe they don't have it. And also
Right.
what they wore during the school year. So, I mean, it's a polo and shorts, like is far as like the summer attire. And I know I could feel myself being kind of like bothered by the fact like, okay, like this is how we do it. But then I also started to think about like, well, she obviously feels like she doesn't have a voice in this, and this is her daughter's school too, right? So kind of thinking about that, even though, yes, I'm the principal and I'm the one who's in charge, but I also need to make sure that I'm opening up lines of communication for families to share their concerns, even if I look at it as a concern of like, why are you bothered by this? I still need to make sure that I'm giving them a space for that. So that's kind of that was a reminder from today as far as like, Jen, you need to make sure you're having an open conversation and hearing it. It's not my school, right? It's like, this is our school.
Right. Right. Did
Yeah.
she understand why you did that, why you were doing that?
Well, her stance was, they've had to be in a uniform all year. This is their time to kind of, be their own self and identity. And, my stance was like, well, this is still part of, a school sponsored summer programming that we're offering. And because we service scholars from all over the county, and because we really want to make sure that there isn't those barriers that happen of like the who has and who doesn't, like she was looking at it from a space of like, I want my daughter to feel like she's independent and she's her, her own person. And I was like, well, I don't want scholars to feel like they have to worry about fitting in because they don't have, the right pair of shoes or the right shirt. Right. So I understand, because it's the whole like summer camp feel, like the worst thing you could ever call our program is summer school, right? Because that has such a negative connotation. Like, no, we're a summer program. Like, we are academic with a camp feel. So I get it. And there also really hasn't been a place for her to have a voice minus the PTA at this point. We don't have an SBDM. We will have an advisory council, but we are a special program school. So we are a choice school. So we get to do things a little differently. So, I mean, we were fine and friendly and like ended it well, but it was a good reminder for me.
Can your students just, of course, we're public. We don't have, oh, it's getting ready to close, it says. But we didn't tag yours. I think that was not 20 minutes. I don't know why it's closing so quick.
Well, I know why. Right. Okay.
Let's see. So we have to choose 2 of the 4 questions to discuss. Any preferences?
Correct. Let's see. I took a screenshot of it. Let me see. All right. I don't have any preference. Missy, any preference for you? No?
Can't hear you.
Let me unmute. One day it will automatically start working when you start talking. It's just like, okay, I have to push the button there. I don't have a preference. I'm pretty flexible.
Okay. Michelle, what about you?
I I saw her message that she's driving, so she did
gotcha.
that in the chat
Okay.
there.
Oh,
So I
yeah.
think she may just be listening.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Okay.
and I didn't realize Donnie had typed them up there too. Okay.
Yeah, you got it in the chat. Cool.
So maybe I don't know, the first
I
one.
kind of like number 2.
Okay. Let's do 2 and 3.
2 and 3 sounds good.
Sounds good.
Okay. So 2 before me. I was the last one to speak, so you guys can go ahead before me.
I can go ahead and get us started. I kind of like was trying to do the identity chart, focusing on where I am now in my life as a retiree. And of course, that's what everybody knows me as, the retired substitute. And so just in terms of that, I fall into the question is, are you subbing today? It's summertime. What are you doing subbing? I was just like, I'm on call just in case they need me. We have a summer program going on, I'm sure, like everybody in Kentucky. But that pretty much is that label now that I have everywhere I go. It's just kind of like, why aren't you out there subbing today? So I'm just kind of like, I find myself in that category of people call me, they touch base with me, they share my name within the district, people text me, I don't even know them. So I've been, kind of like put into that slot of being reliable, dependable. She'll get back to you, or you can send her your plans, it'll be carried through. So that's kind of what I'm working with right now, is that connection still with the school system. And then they have that other half of being the mom. I have 2 children, and of course they're semi-adults, but still I'm the mom. And I still fall into that role and category every day. My son just called me yesterday to let me know he had been put on full-time in his position. So we were celebrating, and I was calling everybody to let them know this has finally happened, because we've been waiting for 6 months for him to hit that milestone that he's been waiting for. But that's where I am on the chart.
Congratulations. All right, Matt, you're up next.
Okay. Just going on what Missy was saying, as I started writing these things down, I first kind of went through, this part of my identity of who I am, kind of to the job I do. And I started, I'm a teacher first, and I taught for many years. Then I was a school administrator, but also I was a coach as well. Then became a principal and became a superintendent. And so just that identity tied to my role is kind of how sometimes I see yourself, and know how a lot of people see me. And I just think of contacts I've had over the years, running into former students and things like that, and just that role that I play. And then also I did a similar type of thing with my list with I'm a dad, I'm a husband, and I'm a son and a brother. All those things that I have in my personal part of my my life. And then I kind of listed some other things that I just thought were probably more like traits, like I'm kind of considered the cool head in the room, that I try to be calm, cool, and collected. But so just a few other items like that I put on there about just what identifies me, I think.
All right, sounds good.
Hi, everybody. Sorry, I'm doing 3 things at once. Give me one moment.
No problem.
No problem. That's what we do. Wear those hats.
I think we have about 30 seconds remaining, it looks like.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you heard that. Give me one moment.
Oh, okay. I guess we'll go on to the next question.
Yeah.
What aspects of my identity are less important in certain situations? I think when I go into that, that parenting role, then nothing is more important at that given moment than being that parent and being there for that situation and for your child. That's my big one right there.
I would agree with that. I would also think sometimes I remember as a teacher, sometimes you have to be the teacher, but sometimes you got to be a confidant. Sometimes you got to be
just as a quick reminder that if you were recording, you can stop now.
Okay, sorry about that. I had to take a phone call. Are we just kind of sharing out our identities?
Yeah. So we're just going to shout out one at a time, or?
Can you guys hear me?
I don't think. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't want to, Bren or Deshay, why don't you, one of you all go ahead. The other of us in the room are both KDE folks, so we're kind of staffing the coalition. So I'd love to hear what you guys have to say, more importantly than what we do. But
I guess I kind of thought about different identities I've had since I got into education. A teacher, coach, a representative, a leader, friend, therapist, to students and other teachers, and then just personally, always being a student too. I feel like ever since I got into education, I'm just always learning and continuing my education. So.
Great. Bren?
Oh, there's so many roles. I'm a mother, I'm a wife, grandmother, advocate.
I like that one.
Yeah. Yeah, STEM program leader, so many things.
What have been, yeah, what have been for both of you all, what have been some, I don't know whether you'd call them events or situations that have either changed or modified or molded your identity? They could either be something personal that happened to you that you'd feel comfortable sharing, or what's an event in you could use the word history, or you could use, what's something that you feel like has made you all the things you both just labeled yourself as? What got you sort of, what's your philosophy that sort of underlies all those things you are? What makes you the grandmother you are, Bran? What makes you the, you know, the jump leader that you are? What do you think are the things that in your identity that are part of that?
Being a mother and a Christian, I think it really helped me to just really focus on, well, maybe too much so, trying to please others, trying to take care of, making sure the family is helped along, you know, and is taken care of and guided and nurtured, loved. So I guess it gave me a chance to hone in on my advocacy too, because that's when I really started just wanting the best for them, and then wanting the best for their classmates, and then wanting to, you know, to see the community thrive and grow. So I would have to say that was probably my start.
Yeah. For me, I think it goes back to being a child. Home was a little chaotic, so school was always my safe place. I loved being in school. I loved my teachers. And I was the older sister, older sibling. So I guess I just kind of am just used to like jumping in and like advocating and taking care of things, and kind of taking that role of a representative or a leader.
Yeah, and I mean, anytime since I became a teacher, change happens. I guess I'm just kind of used to that change. I thrive on change, and it doesn't really scare me. I mean, so many things changed in my household and things when I was young that I guess I'm more comfortable with change than stagnant. So when things in education change, or when I was on a team and now I'm an instructional coach.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, I'm here. I'm actually getting started on going through my notes, so I'm just gonna turn off or mute myself and just focus on that for a few minutes. Do I have a correct understanding if that's what we are supposed to be doing?
I believe so. So if we want to take a few minutes and just dump quotes and
Yeah.
then we can go from there.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Hi, Paul. We're going through our quotes now and posting those in our Padlet.
Everything going okay?
I believe so. Lots of contributions popping up on the screen on my end.
Good.
Paul, for clarity, did you all want us to write down this is important because, or verbally share those notes?
I think we'd like you to put it as a separate piece right next to the one that you're indicating this is important.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Sarah,
Yes.
can you put the link of what the document in this chat? It went away. I had gone there, but it went away. I'm trying to do it on my little phone and it's just not working out well. But could you put it in here? I had emailed it to myself, but I can't find it. I didn't find it there. So
Absolutely. It should be there in the chat for you now. Do you see it?
look at that. Okay.
Hi, also, this is Judith. I'm wondering where do we put the important because, like to connect it to the quote? How does that work?
Judith, I believe just simply make another sticky note, if you will, and kind of place it kind of so that they're overlapping, if that makes sense. And then as we
We'll
discuss,
try.
it is a little hard, I think, when everyone's
Right.
adding it, we're not sure where.
Okay, thank you.
And and I don't know how you all feel about this, but it may also help if, as we share out, we type those kind of as we group them. I don't know if that makes more sense, that
It
we
might, because it
organize
might
them
be.
as we talk through them.
So when, like, I have facilitated a number of kind of similar activities, and sometimes I think that works really well to kind of have everyone just read and then do the grouping after, so that everyone has a chance, first of all, to just read all the comments and then to suggest ways to organize them, as a thought.
That works for me if that works for everyone else.
That works for me too.
Do you all feel like you need more time to add your quotes, or do you think we'd like to move forward?
Can you show me an example of one you did and where you put it? I need to try to get back on a bigger computer. It's hard to look at a lot at one time on this small phone, and I'm just not clear on what you're doing and where you're putting
No
your
problem.
comments.
So currently, and to be honest, there's no real rhyme or reason yet. I think that's, as Judith mentioned, we'll kind of structure them and organize them as we talk through them. So I've just found an empty space on my screen, but as other folks in this group post, they'll move around and overlap some. So I think if we can get those organized together, Judith, I don't know, I don't mind too, but I know you said you have experience. Do you mind to kind of be the hands on the screen and move those for us?
Yeah, I would. I mean, I would just ask if no one's adding any more right now. If people need more time, please take it. But the next step would be just to take a few minutes to read all of the comments, including the ones that you didn't obviously put in. And then when finished, Sarah, you could, and I'd be happy to facilitate, but just to have us try to group similar comments together as a first step, and then to come up with why those quotes might be important, or we could do it individually, however everybody wants to do it. It's interesting to do this online rather than in a physical space where I'd have everybody walking around the room with their boards.
Well, already, and we may not be to this point, but I am seeing several connections to IEPs or students who have additional learning needs and supports in place. So that's just something that I'm seeing across the board of a way that we might start to organize some of these.
So does everyone want, I mean, does anyone want to do it that way? Just talking through each one, looking at them, why is this important? And then like what might be the identity or grouping that it could take on? I mean, I'm happy to lead that.
Sure.
Or Sarah, you can, whatever you want. Has everyone had a chance to actually read through all of them so far? Okay, well, maybe Sarah, if it's okay, we could just start with that. So this one, I asked her about getting involved with the school to improve things. I actually did this interview and it was a grandparent. She laughed and said, honey, when you think I got time to do that? And then she said, I don't think it should be up to me, you know, obviously to fix the schools. So maybe that's the reason that it's important is her comment. We could just edit that and make that the reason that it's important. What do y'all think?
That sounds good.
Okay. Or it's 5 o'clock and everybody's ready to have some dinner or be done with the day. All right.
I can type the important because note.
I'm sorry, I missed.
I can type the note if you want, and you guys can.
Sure. Arnav, are you sure? If that works for you, that would be great. So yeah, to just type the note about why it's important, because I think anyone can go in and edit.
My camera's on.
So what's that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Bren. Oh, Bren, did you, so do you mind sharing like whose was this one? About the teacher, I guess you can't see my, just like, I'm not paying attention here. So the teacher the teacher asked, why does he even have this class? Somebody just did
Judith,
a connection.
I shared this one. This one really stood out to me when I was speaking with this parent. Her child has an IEP, and the teacher said, he does so well in my class. Why does he even have an IEP? Why does he have this? And the parent immediately felt like that was a red flag, because if she was afraid that if the teacher didn't see the need for the accommodations, that they weren't with integrity being implemented daily in the classroom to meet those needs. So I just thought that was important, because it kind of established a lack of trust between the parent and the teacher, and you know, a parent who wanted to be involved and wanted to advocate for their child. It seemed to me like that may cause a divide for that family in the relationship with the school.
And did you add, Sarah, I can't really see it, but there's a little thing that says frustration or something that connects them. I don't know, it just.
I'm not sure where it popped up.
I see that note, but I'm not sure where it's coming
Bren,
from.
was that you jumping in? I couldn't.
Yes.
Yeah, did you add that note?
I was trying to put that next to the quote that starts. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it'd be so great if we could look at one screen here.
Oh, no. I was trying to put it next to the comment that started with, I'm just tired of going to these meetings.
Judith,
Yep.
Judith,
So
I may be able to, let me see.
I think mine says share screen. I could, oh, there you go. Awesome.
Okay.
Okay, great. So
I can't read that one. Okay.
yeah, no, it's too small.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm having that problem. Old eyeballs. Trying to see if we can enlarge it. If you can enlarge it on your.
Let me try.
I think.
Am I supposed to see what you all are doing?
Yeah, so that's why I was thinking if Sarah shared screen. I think maybe if we right now have like just one person moving and adding things.
That
and
sounds good.
Arnav, yeah, that way we can each look at our own screen, but you can see what's going on. How about that?
Oh, that sounds real good. Okay, let's do that.
Okay, and Arnav, am I pronouncing your name properly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So that made sense to me, and I'll just say that I am one of those parents who has experienced that exact sentiment, Sarah, that your interviewee described, because I have a twice exceptional student, and twice exceptional means he has both, abilities and disabilities. So Arnav, you're going to be the driver, right?
Okay.
You're driving the thing. And do you have any experience with this yourself? Like with kids in, or I don't know, we're getting off track, sorry. So frustration was a theme, but let's see, what else? So we covered this important because, so this important because, the one that Sarah just did, is there a note?
I'll type it.
Maybe it's this. Maybe the note is what's here. This raised a red flag for me. It's important because why, Sarah?
I
She felt
thought
that
it.
yeah.
I thought that, when I looked at this quote specifically, it to me, that was a moment for that parent that had a little distrust, a little fracturing of trust with the school system, and not having faith that their child's accommodations were being implemented.
Okay. So then I'm tired of just going to all these meetings where it's all talk and you can't read still. And he's getting called to the office and they don't know what to do, but they should. So that's that frustration theme. This was one of mine, and this quote to me is important on just so many levels because it's expressing that frustration again. It's also expressing this deferral to the family member when they don't have the capacity in this case. So I don't know. Anyone else? Yes, powerlessness. Awesome. That's it. Anyone want to read the next one? And they're going off my screen.
Judith, I'm wondering also, just looking at our timer counting down, 20 minutes went by.
Oh no.
Incredibly fast. Do we want to start looking at those green items on the side and seeing if we can pull over one or two big items to at least take back to the group?
Is that what we're supposed to? Yeah, please lead us through that. I may have gotten us off track.
No,
and
I think we're right on it. I just am afraid that 20 minutes was not nearly enough time.
It's never enough time. No.
I'm looking a lot, like I'm just seeing buzzwords come out of some of these quotes, like know and understand. And I'm seeing, to me, I look over on the left and I see that word identity. How does a learner-centered system interact with the identity of learners and families? So to me, several of these quotes here on the screen have to do with the schools understanding the student and the family and interacting with them in a way that they show they know them.
Right. I mean, I don't know. I'm coming from a very biased perspective as a special ed parent.
I would love to know. I mean, go right ahead. I mean, if you feel like sharing where you're
Well, I
struggling
think
with
we
that.
could do, and I mean, this is a part of what it is that I am doing, is we could spend days and days and days just talking about our students with special needs and the family engagement piece around them. So it's a lack of appreciation and trust on both sides. And there's also a focus on compliance with laws without.
I spread these out a little so that way we'd have more space to see them.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm going to just take a minute and work on the important because comments on the quotes that I added, because I don't feel complete about that. So it doesn't look like everyone's here yet, though, are they?
I think everyone is. So if you right click on the note, there's an option to connect to a post. So I was thinking we could connect to one of these green categories on the side. That way we can go ahead and categorize them as we're talking about them.
I'm also a very visual person, so I'm probably going to change the color of my quotes to purple just so I can easily organize that. If you're that way too, the 3 dots in the top corner will let you change the color. If
Do we want to do that and color code all the quotes one color? I just started changing my important because quotes. I think that would help. So all the quotes in one color and all of the important because in a different color.
Yeah, we can do that.
And then maybe start looking at the categories. But I just told Arnav that I need a moment to just really look at these important because they're really important to me. So for the ones that I collected, I mean.
Okay. Would it be too confusing if everything you write, you put your initials by? It's because once they get up there, it's hard to tell what was there already. It's hard to tell what was the quote I'm dealing with and what's your comment and who put it there. Does that look like it might mess it up too much? Or unless you could figure out another way. The color coding is good, but there'll still be different colors.
Well, also up in the, if you double click on the post-it itself, you can add a title.
Mm-hmm.
So we could, like I just wrote in one of my examples, quote snipes, and then
okay, good.
I can do a second post-it attached that says important because.
Mm-hmm. Or if does the number show up to make sure that it's truly connected, where we could tell it's connected, or when you connect it, does it actually touch it? Because one of them I did see that I couldn't move it, so maybe that's what it does when you connect it.
There's like a little line that forms between the two, an arrow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe that's what shows up on the computer. Next time I would definitely use the computer, but by the time I try to switch now, I think the meeting will be over. Some warning. I wouldn't have used my small phone. That's probably part of the problems I'm running into. I turned mine blue and yellow. Let me go turn my yellow one blue. Mm-hmm. Um, Boy, this is- You can't tell where that line is going. It's going through so much stuff. Okay. Um, Gosh, I'm burning up in here. I gotta stop this. Whew.
Okay, so I'm trying to connect to and not sure how to do it. When I told him it's blue right now, I'm not sure. It was one of mine. 40 or 50 minutes with the one below it where it says the IEP meeting was the only time I got info. That those are really connected to each other.
Okay. So if you like, so you want to connect the blue one to the IEP meeting?
Yeah, and actually, are we doing all of them? Each person's doing their own color? I lost that.
But every time we touch one, we'll be changing the other person's color. I mean, if we're doing the same one. the only way I
Right,
can
so
see
are
that
we each
is
doing
if
our
we
own
would-
color? I'm confused.
The only way that would work is if we're all doing separate, different quotes.
Right.
Because otherwise, when I go, I'll go and change the color, thinking it's mine. And maybe you had the correct color because you had done it too.
Yeah, that's why I'm a little confused. So I know, Sarah, you were doing yours in purple, and I was just doing them in white. So I don't have a. But anyway, okay. Thank you, Arnav. How do I do that? Just write or
Tap on it and hit edit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those little 3 dots.
Right.
And then it's connect to a post.
So I lost the themes here. So like the box that says frustration or accountability, are those some of our themes? Or
I connected, like I put identity at the top. So if you have a quote about identity, you can drag it up there and then connect it.
right, but I want to create some new categories. Like the category of identity to me is too broad.
Then just create a new note and then change the
Make
color.
it green. Okay.
Wow. I'm looking at the Padlet, immersed in the brilliance of the group. So I do think, Judith, one thing that I going around and sharing with folks is that the themes of identity might be too broad.
Right.
You may want to get subdivided or explicated a little bit more.
Yeah, and so I very intentionally interviewed people with engaged in the special ed system. Let's see, where did Donnie go? Never mind. Oh, you're still there. So a lot of these categories, at least from my point of view, from reading these quotes and the quotes that I myself collected, don't quite fit. So, I mean, are you looking for us to come up now with some Or is that something that you as a group will synthesize and do?
No, I would invite you to
Okay.
pick a theme if
Okay.
that describes the grouping of quotes that you feel like go together.
All right. And I apologize, I'm being the high maintenance person here today, but someone has something on in the background that I'm finding kind of distracting. And I'm going to turn my mic off while I'm not speaking here to work. And if you wouldn't mind doing that, I'd appreciate that as well.
Sounds like might be a cat. Hey, Bren. Brent, I want to make sure that you have access to tools that can help you engage if you feel you want to. No, no problem. I understand it's raining here too in Atlanta, Georgia, where I am.
That'd be wonderful. I didn't hear the last part, but I appreciate tools.
All right, I'm just making sure you have a link to the Padlet. And that's the Padlet link. And then this folder contains a whole bunch of interviews from folks. Sarah, how are you doing?
I think I'm doing pretty well. I think we have some folks in our group who like to be organized, and so we were discussing how to visually organize these thoughts on the Padlet earlier and start these connections, which I think we have a decent flow going now. I'm wondering if we're at a point where we should start looking at maybe some quotes we've not yet connected to something, or if someone in the group has a quote that they're struggling to connect, if we'd like to bring that up as a group and talk through it. I see a lot of the quotes are connected at this point to some theme, but we have a few. Or if you see one that you would like to challenge and maybe talk about a little bit.
So one way to think about it might be, is this feeling like a single person or a couple people or more than that, right? Like, do these feel like, if you put some of these together, does this feel like a character, right? A personality, a collection of actual attributes that a single person would have? Could be another way of thinking about how to pair some of these out or separate some of them. Because I see them separated in terms of like feelings, which is good. Feelings are a good spot. But then are there certain feelings that go together to form like a profile, like a person? Because I could see like a sense of anger and powerlessness can be connected, right? That could be the same person, or they could be different people. And some people respond to powerlessness with sort of despair. And so is that is that a collection? And then is anger and frustration a different character?
This is deep work, Donnie.
Yeah.
It's good stuff. Yeah, I like that, powerless in a complex system.
Mhm. All right, I'm gonna pop back to the main room. You're doing great. I know it doesn't feel like it feels like a lot, but you're doing great.
Do you all want to take just a minute and introduce ourselves to each other?
Sure.
I don't mind to start. I'm Michelle Walden. I work in Christian County. I'm an elementary instructional supervisor.
My name's Arnav Dharmagada. I'm a student at Russell High School in Northeastern Kentucky.
Nice to meet you.
My name is Audrey Gilbert, and I'm a rising junior at Frankfort High School in Frankfort, Kentucky.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, my name is Brian Gong, and I am a consultant to the Kentucky Department of Education, helping them with their assessment and accountability issues. I live in New Hampshire,
Nice to meet you.
but I grew up in California, so I like the Golden Gate Bridge.
We took a trip there, I guess a couple of years ago now, and that was really cool to see in person. We want to just share our a couple of the questions there, and then kind of talk through those. I don't mind to start. The two questions I chose to talk about or to think about is central to who I am. And one of those is being a Christian. That's really important to me, and my relationship with Jesus, I think, really guides all my decisions, and choices that I've made have really been aligned to that. So I think that's really a central component of who I am. And then I think my role.
I had the same, so.
And then my role as a mom and wife, they kind of go together. I don't think I can split them. But my role as being a wife and a mom to my family are ones that are really central to who I am. The one that I'm thinking about that's changed is the role that I've taken on with being an administrator. I started as a teacher, and then I was an instructional coach, and then I became an assistant principal. It's kind of the path that I took, and I really fell in love with administration because of the ability to really coach teachers and to work with the adults so that they could hopefully create better experiences for students. And so that kind of changed from the teaching in the classroom and coaching kids to coaching adults that I really enjoyed. And then I really have embraced just being an encourager. Several years ago, we took a spiritual gifts quiz, and I didn't really know what mine were, and it came out as encourager. And so I think about that a lot. I really want to support teachers and students and just encourage them to reach their fullest potential. And so I feel like as an administrator, I use that encouragement to really listen and hear what others are saying, and then encourage them to make those steps in the right direction. So those are the ones that I chose.
I can go next. I kind of chose the same two questions. And what aspects of my identity are central to who I am? I think that's being a student. I think my entire life almost I've been a student, and I think that really shapes who I am and how I've grown up. And I think that's something that I bring to the table in a lot of programs like this one. and what aspects of my identity have changed or stayed the same. I think as I've gone through high school now, I've really grown into more of a leader, and I've taken on more challenges. And I think that's one of the defining things that's changed over the past couple of years.
I also put student as an aspect of my identity that's central to who I am because, like you said, I mean, we've been students almost our entire lives. So, I mean, it's been really like put on us. That's one of those that label was put on us, obviously. But I feel like, you know, we've embraced it. We're here. We're being advocates for students here. So obviously we've embraced it. So I think that like that one definitely is central. That was a question I picked, but I think that that one is definitely central to who I am. But another question, the other question that I picked is also that which ones have changed or stayed the same. And I would say like I'm the oldest child in my family, and that to me seems like a fairly important part of my identity because I am your stereotypical older child, very mature, like to hang with the adults and not the kids, kind of bossy if you want to label it that way. And that's something that I've seen like both stay the same and change in that like I have those same qualities, but it's changed in that I've taken those qualities and refined them for the better and not just to be like naggy and kind of obnoxious, but rather more of a leader and an advocate as that older child kind of bossiness. So I think that's also obviously central to who I am, but I think that's what's changed or stayed the same the most.
That's great. In the 5 seconds, I chose changing. I'm getting older, but my kids are getting older, and
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Michelle.
Hi, everybody.
I'm not seeing the Padlet. Am I missing that, or do we?
Should be in the chat. Do you see it in the chat?
Here, I'm gonna write it on the chat very quickly. We are group 5, I believe.
Okay, just for clarification, are we looking at the quotes from the listening tours, or are we looking at our own interviews that we did?
Donnie dropped a file in the chat, and I can pull that open, and he's selected some. I'm guessing since we're in the teacher group, we look at the teacher one.
Okay.
There are only 2 files for teacher, right? From what I have seen, it's just number 1 and number 2.
That's what I see. I just dropped that in the chat for us.
Yeah.
See that?
or anything. My stomach ain't feeling so good.
So we have already used the first 10 minutes of our time. Are we confident that we can go ahead and share?
Yes, I feel good with that. I'm also starting to group them together, looking for some trends.
So I will go ahead and share that from what I see from, in my opinion, I see a few topics coming up, right? Like I definitely see the work community showing up, but in different ways. Like we're talking about the school community, but also we're talking about community within a professional community, right? I see a teacher expressing how really she feels because others have stepped up to take things from her plate. I see as well the importance of collaboration with people within your district and creating that trust to be able to become more effective and more efficient in your teaching. But I have also seen that other side of the community in which we're talking about that relationship between the school and the families outside of the classroom, outside of the school building, right? So that's in regard to community. In regard to what they see is the other side is the professionalism in terms of teachers caring for doing their best and wondering what is it that they can do to do their best for their students, and even going to the extreme of questioning themselves as in, am I doing the best? Which sometimes can be a little detrimental because it's like everything falls on the shoulders of the teachers, whereas there are many other circumstances that unfortunately lead to that feeling of, am I doing the best, right? So that's in my opinion.
I'll just kind of piggyback off of that. I agree with what you're saying. I see the theme of those relationships and getting feedback from people that you trust, and the importance of feedback, whether it's from the teacher's perspective, and having that community that she trusts, or the students getting that feedback. I pulled one of the quotes, trying to find it real quick, about the data giving feedback to the person giving feedback, because they were using that data to get feedback to see if their feedback that they had given, I think that teacher, had been effective. And so had that full cycle come together. That kind of stood out to me.
I'll add, I think there's a theme of feeling valued. When input was taken and there was results, and then also too, in the other was, colleagues rallying around them to help them in a tough situation. I think, people can feel valued in different ways. One as a colleague, but also as a family member, as a part of a working community of individuals that are professionals that look out after each other. So again, I think one of the themes that I saw was an employee or a person feeling valued, their opinions were valued, and not only that, they were valued as a person. And of course, that's very important. As whenever you feel valued, you want to contribute to the team. You want to contribute as part of the society, a part of the group, a part of the working structure. So, and you know that your input is going to cause change. So again, I thought that one of the themes that I saw there was the need for being valued.
And I agree with what everyone has said. I agree with being valued as well. And across the board, what I see is just the trust, the collaboration, and analyzing performances. And with all this being put together, I just feel that just they all work together to be able to make improvements or build relationships or move in a positive direction for students, families, the communities, for everyone.
I would like to add as well, and maybe this is just me, but I've got something that came across to me in addition to everything else that has been said. I'm starting to wonder a little bit about the mental health of these two professionals, because if you think about two quotes that I got over there, right? The one that was saying, I have never let others take out from my plate. That speaks volumes as to how much that teacher must have been working, to the point that until her mother was sick, she didn't let others to take from her plate. And the other one, I was going back to that reading Roberta, right? Constantly thinking, am I doing my best? Am I doing my best? Am I doing my best? You know, I completely agree with what Dr. Fletcher said over there, you know, about feeling valued, but at the same time, you know, that aspect of not just feeling valued, but like, how are you, right? How are you as a human being? How are you? How are you here? Because if I mean, if we are not okay here, how in the world are we going to be able to bring our best game to teach the heck out of those students that we have in our classrooms, right? Unfortunately, we cannot, because we are exposed to everything in this world, and in this pandemic year, it has been like a lot, right? And still we have continued showing up, but also at what extent, right? So that makes me wonder about those two professionals and thinking, what do they need? What can I do in order to help them bring their A game?
All right, we have less than a minute. We haven't put any of those labels on there. I don't know if we'll get to come back for round 2 to add some of those labels there.
Are we gonna be grouped together again, or?
I'm not sure.
Gotcha.
I don't know if it's a different group, but we'll look at round 2 or come back to the same Padlet for.
All right, so I guess we do the same, like the previous round. Okay.
So I think we need to make sure we have our notes that we have grouped, if we want to group what's on our Padlet already and keep it how we need to organize that and get our labels on there. I think that's for sure something we need to accomplish during this time.
So we already have one topic, one theme, which is community. The other one, using something that Dr. Fletcher mentioned before, without improvement, right? How can we improve within a system in order to provide more for our students, in order to provide better for our students, right? And in order to do that, you need the system to value you, to support you, to assist you, right? So, I mean, what do you all think?
Guess I'm thinking about how to separate that out in a sense that feeling valued and having those relationships is still being a part of a community. So I guess I'm thinking about what would be how would we sort these into two different piles?
Do you think that we may need to eliminate some? That way we can have a more clear, I guess, theme?
Do we want to take each of those notes that we've given and just put them beside what we feel like they fall into?
Are you saying the labels on the side or the labels that we gave them?
Either. You know, it seems like with that, how they've broken down a lot of our work moving forward deals with community identity, improvement, timing, and consequences. But, or we could change it to whatever label we feel like. I think we can go with what's on the side, but now if you feel like there's something a little different, we could do that too. I'm open.
I think for consistency's sake, it'd be good to use the ones they have on the side. I think that would help as they continue and we continue this work to have things that are consistent, unless we just feel like we need to create something different.
I agree. I will say again, I think that the two main topics that we see in there is just that community label, but the more I'm thinking about it is improvement of this current system in order to provide supports and assistance for teachers to do better and all these type of things. So those are my two suggestions.
I agree with that.
Okay, so I pulled over the community. I'll pull over the community sticky note and the improvement one, and then we can just kind of take it and group the ones and move the squares that match those topics.
Hi, Paul.
Hi, everyone. How's it going? You folks doing okay with all this?
I think we are, Paul. We're trying to take our notes and put them and group them based on the green pads, the green post-its on the side.
Yep.
So our quotes and our importance, and then trying to put it all together based on where we feel like they fall. And for consistency, we're trying to keep the same labels that's on the green pads. That way we don't create new ones.
You can create new ones if you so desire. Don't worry about it. I love your color coding. You're doing great with that. And if you do get a chance, draw from those other two sources that were dropped in the chat right before we went back. You folks are right on target. Looks good.
Okay, I think I've created a little bit of space there for us now to kind of start moving things into the two categories.
It looks great, Michelle. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. You're welcome. As I'm moving them, if y'all feel like they need to be in a different category, please feel free to just move them.
So just to clarify, now that we have identified 2 themes for the notes that we got from the empathy interviews, now we're going to look at the data from the listening tour, and also we're going to look at the skills map that we did from our last meeting, and we're going to look things based on those 2 themes, right? Community and improvement. Is this? Am I correct on this? Okay.
Okay, do you all agree with how I have those grouped, or are there any that you want me to move?
I think they look great.
Okay, so now are we just gonna, do we just cut and paste things from the listening tour quotes and the notes from the meeting? Are we just copying some of those statements in? Is that what we do next?
Well, I guess my only question is on like, if you look at this document they sent us, I thought we were supposed to put it into the notes from meeting 1 discussion, but it kind of divides everything into pain points and positives. Are we supposed to, I'm assuming, classify those as pain points or positives? Is that, am I just way off on that? I'm sorry.
That's what I was thinking as well, but I'm just not sure how they want us to put this together. So I have the same question as you because it's not really clear. I don't know. Do we just want to focus on this one and just do it?
That's exactly what I was asking before, right? Because if you read the instructions on the Padlet, it says use the listening tour and experience map data to supplement your groupings, right? So we open the listening tour quotes. We pull quotes that align to those two topics, community and improvement. Or we can even add more if we find something else, and we will be given bonus points if we find compelling needs for the person that we write the quote, right? So,
Alfonso, good idea to go back to the directions.
Elementary teacher.
That's right, me too. I was like, oh, read the directions. So we'll just go through the listening tour notes and pull any quotes that align with the sense of community or improvement, right? Is that what we think?
Yes.
Okay.
So I just want to share something that is calling a lot my attention, which is in the community aspect. It's more the lack of. So we're talking about reaching out to community, right? And it's interesting because on the data, it shows of the listening tours, it shows we're talking about communication between parents, school and students, family engagement, relationship building with the students. And I cannot see, for the love of me, I cannot see anywhere something to the line of reaching out to those families in their own language. I mean, there are, what about the 12,000 plus ESL, ELL students that we have in Kentucky? I mean, and that is just in Jefferson County. Add to, on top of all that, all the families that are in Fayette, in Western Kentucky, in Eastern Kentucky. I mean, how in the world are we going to be able to bring them into our school? How are we going to be able to create a bridge with them so that they can feel part of the school building, of the school community, and we don't reach out to them in their own language? So that really, really shocks me that it's not there. And I'm not talking just about the Spanish, I'm also talking about American Sign Language. And for example, many of the refugees that come from African countries, I mean, so that's why I put over there lack of quote. So I just wanted to explain myself.
You know, it's comments like that are interesting because in Eastern Kentucky, it's rare that we have a student that it's rare that we have an ESL student, period, in our school system. I know that's hard to believe, but we've gone a couple of years without any ESL students and just had one to move in just in the past week or so. And we've had him in summer school and it's been great and he's been wonderful. He's taught us as much as we've taught him. So it's been really good.
And it doesn't have to be like somebody who speaks, like Spanish or French. We are also talking about people who are deaf, right? Eastern Kentucky is one of the regions in Kentucky that houses the most population who are deaf, right? So when you come to think about it, what service are we doing to them, in regard to that? And especially, trying to think about this, right? If we are not reaching to them in something in which they are comfortable in order to communicate things that we need, right? How in the world are we going to expect them to take that step forward towards us so that we can build that community? So it is kind of like a back and forth.
Just how do we
of this activity.
Okay, and then in the group, and where are we supposed to be writing like our thoughts down?
So the let me make sure I know. Of course, the ones that you want to look at are the student, because that's the group that we're in, is a student. So you want to look at those, and then you're going to take your quote, put it in the Padlet, and then so you're going to have one that says quote, and then the next one is going to be, this is important because. So why did you feel that this quote was valuable to the work that we're doing? Or why is it important for us to look at that quote and understand where that student was coming from with their quote? Does that make sense?
Okay, yes, I'm looking at it now.
Okay, all right, good deal.
So for the importance, because, do you just make a new box, like
By the quote.
by the quote?
Yes, you just make a new box and just kind of set it right beside the quote would work.
How do you make a new box?
In the corner, you've got the circle that's got a plus sign.
Okay.
And typically when you finish the one box, if you hit enter, it'll go ahead and post that, that box on there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Does anyone mind if I start putting these like in a similar area so we can kind of look at them? Okay.
No, you go right ahead.
So there are 2 quotes down here at the bottom where I labeled as identity. See if you guys agree with that.
Yep, absolutely.
I don't know if what other groupings there are. Okay. Yeah. I feel like you could label some of these multiple things and group them in different ways.
Yeah, what do you think about the comparability one I just put there?
Mm. Yeah, that makes sense to me. We need to identify various ways to determine, yeah. I mean, do they mean like comparisons like among schools? I mean, that's essentially why we take it, right? And to see how our students are doing, right?
Yeah, within your system, what should be used for comparisons within the system?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess I made the connection there because like standardized test doesn't necessarily work well for everyone. So what are some other ways that we can do some comparisons, you know, to be able to look at additional things?
Okay.
But then it could also, like that could also fit under support improvement, no, foster, nope. Nope. Yeah, I don't know where else you would put that.
Yeah.
I think maybe these categories are hard.
Yeah. I'm thinking this other one over here where they talk about the student having a voice and sharing. I don't know if what was the interview question, I guess would be helpful to know here. Are they asking about student voice, or were they asking about ways that they've shown learning? I don't know.
How do we end up in the same breakout rooms every time?
I don't know. And my camera will not work tonight. It's storming at my house. I don't know how injured you are, but my internet out in the country goes out when it's storming.
Yeah, that's fine. I am at the office. It just stopped raining here, so maybe it'll clear up there too.
Maybe.
Okay, so I don't have the questions in front of me. Did they put those in the chat?
I think the questions are.
Oh, I see them.
Yeah, they're in the chat.
I see them. Okay. So, and we're supposed to choose two. I don't mind jumping in first. The second question is, what aspects of my identity are central to who I am? I think central on mine, I think would be, first of all, I put teacher. And I think teacher encompasses a lot. So right now my role is the chief academic officer, but I feel like I'm still a teacher of kids and adults. And it also moves over into my family. I have 4 kids, but I feel like I'm still teaching them as well as they grow up. So teaching kind of infiltrates like all parts of my life, at home, at church, at work. Teacher is the one that kind of, I think, is central for me. What about you all?
I put Christian because I was stuck between Christian and educator. And so I think for me, they go hand in hand. I was like just treating people nice. That's one of my big values. And so that was my big thing that hasn't changed.
And see who said their mic is, so Ryan is not feeling well and his mic isn't working. That is fine, Ryan. Sergio, do you have, what about you? What do you think?
For the second question,
for any of those, yeah.
What aspects of my identity have changed or stayed the same? I mean, at one point, I won't be a student no more. After next year, I'll graduate, of course. Yeah.
Where do you go to school?
I go to DOS.
DOS, okay. And so you'll be a senior?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Great, great. And do you know what you're doing after high school? How will your identity change, do you think?
Well, I might go to college, or I might go to work. So
great.
It's 50. So yeah.
All right, let's see another one of the questions. What aspect of my identity is a label that others have given me, I guess? I don't know. Maybe my job title is a label that other people have given me, but also along with that comes other labels, probably like boss or leader or things like that, that people kind of associate with that. I think some labeling can come with that.
For that question, I would have to put Mexican. Like someone would right off the top, they would just call me an immigrant right off the top, right? Just looking at me. So yeah, even though I'm not an immigrant, my parents are, but yeah.
But they would just make that assumption and label you that way.
Yes, they would label me that way.
For mine, I would have to say smart. I have people all the time, you're so smart, you're so smart. And I don't know, that's just, I work hard is how more of how I see it. Rather, it doesn't come easy for me.
Yeah, so, but the perspective of the other people is that it's easy and you're smart. You just work smart.
That's what we do in Shelby County, work
That's
smart.
right. All right, looks like we're going back to the main room. Good to talk to you all.
Hi, everyone.
Hello. I don't see a Padlet. Are we supposed to pull it up from somewhere?
He put it in the chat. We're supposed to click on the one that says, I think room 8.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, I'm not seeing a scenario or snippets. All I see is one quote.
So did you have a chance to do the empathy survey?
Yes.
I took my quote from the empathy survey, and then you're supposed to write the importance of that quote.
Okay.
Hi, Missy. Could you let me know what part we're working on? I had a little family thing I had to turn my camera off for.
We are working on the Padlet, and we're looking at our interviews and pulling out a quote or quotes and putting that into the Padlet, and then looking at our Post-it notes, finding a common theme.
Thank you.
I think that's what we're doing. That's what I'm doing. I'm just like, if I'm off.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Is everybody in this group doing okay? Any questions? Okay, good. I see things going in your Padlet, so.
So I think after we have our quote in there and the importance, we're supposed to read them and decide how they all connect. So just tell me when you guys are ready for that.
How are we doing on time?
I haven't seen any messages unless I've missed.
Okay.
At the top of the screen, it says 4 minutes and 35 seconds remaining.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I see.
Do we use the same Padlet?
I think so.
Okay.
My internet went out there for a bit, so we're making piles, right, based on things that are the same.
Yeah, pull any quotes you think align, add depth, or make more clear the themes you identified. I guess they want us to pull quotes from the listening tours and then connect them to what we just saw in our interviews that we did, right?
That's how I understood it, but I also think I missed part of it because my internet kept going out.
You know what? Let's just go with that. I'm going to open up the listening tour and I am going to find some quotes that I think fit what my person was trying to say. We'll go. Is that sound okay to you guys? Okay. I like the nod, Missy.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
How's it going in here, roommate?
Going good. We're taking, I think we all could agree that we were doing this right, but we're taking the listening tour quotes and looking at our quotes and then seeing if we can find some commonalities to support it.
That's it. You've got it.
Yeah.
Cool. What's the theme that's coming up for you as of right now?
For me and what I found, it is identity and evolution, I believe. Yes.
Cool. All right. Yeah, and feel free, if that's a very general term, right? Like identity and evolution. If there's a phrase that helps to like explain kind of exactly a little bit more in detail how that connects to what the quote said, then feel free to go there and create that.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else have any questions for me before I bounce out of the room? Okay. All right. Just come back to the main room if you need anything. Bye, everyone.
Should we move some of these quotes together? Because mine is like community, but it's also about grading. So then wouldn't that also go with identity, like how the learner and the family interact together? Like, couldn't those overlap?
Yeah, Michelle, I think so.
Okay, so I think I'm just gonna drag mine down to yours.
Yeah, mine are at the bottom, and I'm using that connection tool to kind of connect some of those themes so that I don't lose track of them.
Okay. I'll just put mine like next to yours so that we remember that they go together, because I think there's more overlapping here.
Mm-hmm.
How are you doing the connection tool? That's pretty cool.
I actually just found it. If you click those three dots, you can click make a connection.
Oh.
I know, learn something new every day. I have to head out a little early from this meeting, so I will see you all next time. It was nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you.
Where'd everybody go, Michelle?
I don't know. It's just us now.
Okay, all right. I was going through the listening tour and looking at their themes over on the side.
I liked how that was organized, how they
Yes,
put it into
and how they
the
pulled
report.
it together. Yeah,
I appreciated that.
for sure. One theme that kind of really stands out to me based on the interview that I did with my parent was the constructive feedback and timely feedback.
Yes, I got that too. My parents said that the only way they received grades was Infinite Campus, and he said by that time it was too late to do anything about his daughter's grades, and so was very frustrated.
Right, right. And I know the parent that I spoke with, she's a grandparent, and they did, of course, they had an option. And one option that she thought might be beneficial for her grandson was to do the virtual learning academy. And it turned out to be very challenging, and as she called it, a journey.
I
But
can't
it was,
imagine.
yeah.
So now, Missy, are you a parent, a teacher? Like,
I'm a retired educator. I don't have any children in public school right now. My children are adults, semi-adults, as I call them. But I do a lot of substituting in the school system, and I also still connect a lot with a lot of parents through my church and other organizations. And they'll call me or, ask me. I'm always available, and I do a little tutoring on the side, do a little assessments, read assessments, math assessments, those type of things.
what grades did you teach?
Data interpretation. A lot of times parents don't want to tell the teacher they don't understand MAP scores. And then, I'd sit down with them and help them understand that even though your child has this score, they're still not where they should be in terms of the other students. And then this is where they need to be, and this needs to be their target. Not 2-point game, but a 10-point game.
Well, and then the grit score doesn't tell as much as like the percentile growth on math. So we also supposed to look at the notes from the first meeting.
5.
So on these new quotes that we're adding in here, are we supposed to be putting like the important because piece or just trying to group them with the categories?
I'm doing it, the
Okay.
importance, because I didn't hear otherwise, but I was wondering the same thing. I figured if they don't want it, they can just delete it or.
Okay, that'll work.
Goodness.
Bless you.
Thank you. Running out of room. Now I'm gonna have to move these things a million different places.
I know.